Good look. Ah, fuck. Alright, good start. Hello, and welcome back to some little Pokemon Blue. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Alright. Where the hell did we leave off on? I think I, like, sprinted past a lot of people, and... Oh, that's right, we're beating up Team Rocket again. I went the wrong way. Oh well. Yeah. Alright. Well, let's get back to doing that, I guess. Whoa. Yeah, trying to remember where we're at is gonna be an issue. And we already fought you, yeah. That means I assume... No, I don't think we went this way yet, last time. Yeah, we didn't go this way last time. Team Rocket is taking command of Silphco. Okay. I kinda had figured that by now, but I guess I needed to be informed directly. What were we doing last time? We were leveling up Acid. That's right, because I wanted to get rid of him. We were also trying to level up Gambling, keep Mind Break kinda high, and level up Drugs a little bit as well. Useless is also something where we should probably be leveling up a little bit. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, we're probably gonna be not changing our team composition much outside of, like, who's in the first slot. So we can just kind of, like, level up characters, get through the evolutions, so on and so forth. Hey there, Lou. Where's the hentai? Well, I mean, there is hentai in this game. Pretty sure it's in the box at the moment. There was also hentai yesterday, but that's a whole different type of hentai. Alright. Just use Gambling into this. Should be fine. And we want to get levels on Gambling as much as possible. 99% damage is rough. Which means we have to waste an extra turn. How rude. Anyway. Darg! Apparently Team Rocket are also pirates. Good to know. I feel like, yes, there's a teleporter there. There was also a teleporter in here. Hi, buddy. Enough of your silly games! Hey, Jin, how's it going? Alright. A Magnemite. I actually can't even remember. Is Magnemite just pure electric typing at this point, right? Because steel typing isn't till Gen 2, I think. Gen 2 or Gen 3? When new Mon? What, you want me to play a new Pokemon? It's gonna be a while. I mean, we're fighting Team Rocket at the moment. And it's great, because they're somewhat decent leveled, so I can kill them with my over-level Pokemon and level up my badly leveled Pokemon so I can get rid of them. Playing Pokemon Go and Pokemon Pocket with my nephew. He beat me up in Go, beat him up in Pocket. I'm not gonna lie, I've got, like, I stopped playing Pokemon, like the Pocket TCG on mobile purely because it just turned into a game where I'm logging in to open 2 packs every day and then occasionally playing the game on autopilot, on like the autoplay mode, because I don't play versus people. I just wanted to finish the quests. And I'm like, this just doesn't, it's just not fun anymore. Especially knowing that I had builds to just, like, very much cheese the AI. That was not hard for the AI to even play as well. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is I was trying to just collect nice art of cards that I liked, which, I'm gonna be honest, is if I was to get into Pokemon, that's what I'd be doing. Like Pokemon, the actual Pokemon card game. I would be fully playing to just try and get cards that I want. There's a reason why I've said before, there's only one Pokemon card I want to buy. And I want to buy, like, was it grade 10? Is the term right? Like the top graded version of the card, purely just because it would be fucking hysterical, which is Nimona. I wanted to get the trainer card for that, which it's like, I think it's just draw 3. But I just wanted to get that because of the playthrough we had of Violet, and how much that character became like a really enjoyable part of that playthrough. Dude, I'm making bank off these dumb scientists. It's great. Welcome to the 10th floor. So good of you to join me. Apparently we're on the 10th floor. I think we were on like the 4th floor a minute ago. Damn, these teleporters wild. Oh yo, it's a Macho. The highest evolution of that evolution line we get in this playthrough. But yeah, like, I stand by, if I was to try and be competitive and, like, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I think playing the Pokemon card game is a lot less fun than collecting the cards. I think most people seem to have that opinion. Because I remember as a kid trying to play that game. I played the Game Boy game of it, right? That's how I know any of the rules that I do know for the game, which I think that one was mostly accurate for the time, but I think it's no longer accurate. But the point is that, like, I understand enough of the game to play it. I just don't want to. Because, like, how I would like to play the game is I'd play decks like full EVs or some shit like that, and I know that it wouldn't work. I'm sure there's probably a way to do it, but, like, realistically, it wouldn't be a good deck. nice, a rare candy. The point is that what I'm basically surmising is that, like, I don't think I'd be able to play the game the way I'd want to play it to have fun. And that's the problem I have with it all. Wow! I'm scared! That's fair. My Pokemon are my loyal soldiers. Alright then, buddy. Oh god. His loyal soldiers, and he sends out a bomb. Yeah, I fucking knew it. The should tank? Yeah. Holy shit, that's messed up. They're my loyal soldiers. Self-destruct. Oh nice, gambling leveled up. That's his only dude as well. He actually just, like... That's... Darn, you weak Pokemon. But... There's so much to unpack about this situation, what the fuck? Just because we leveled up just then, I am gonna try and use that rare candy. Dude, that's dark as hell. Like, this is... that moment right there is, like, what... If you've ever wondered why, like, all of the old players of Pokemon keep excessively talking about how, like, the older games were darker, that moment right there is exactly what we're talking about. Like, there might be a funny, like, nod to that sort of thing in modern games. Not straight up a dude going, "My soldier, kill yourself!" Right? Pokemon's changed, man. At least this dude has a bunch more. He sent down another bomb, though. And if I remember correctly as well, in Gen 2, there's an entire, like, lab underground thing that you have to fight where it is just these. Gen 12, be cringe. Gen 1, die! But yeah, like, I think it's one of the early gens. I think it might even be black and white, because I remember it potentially from a playthrough that I watched. But there was at least one of the earliest gens where straight up there is a lab you go through, and, like, everyone has a Voltorb and it all self-destructing. And, like, you can't help but sit there and go, this is really concerning. Nowadays, it's the power of friendship and bullshit. Top security, yeah. It is, though, kind of like the bully me and I'll blow up kind of energy. Don't you bully me. I'ma fucking blow myself up. Don't do it. So, I'm sorry, what? You did it! What? He just exploded. He just kind of... Oh, I did love, by the way, yesterday when we raided Yawa, and just like, Yawa saying like, oh, I can't wait for the thing when you're gonna bring chaotic energy, and I'm like, this is the most like roundabout comment, and I love it. I'm glad I'm the chaotic energy of the... To be fair, what was in the last stream, didn't I do that bit of like speaking like Dr. Doofenshmirtz for like an hour or two? I think something like that. So trust me to turn up and be a problem. I mean, what? Okay, that's fine. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna fucking... I feel like I'm come down with another cold, which is not good. I feel like sneezing right now. You know that feeling when you're like, you wanna sneeze, but you can't sneeze, and it's like the worst feeling in the universe? This coming from someone that has been both like shot and potentially stabbed in their entire life, potentially had broken limbs and dislocations and all that. But I'm now complaining about the energy of the pre-sneeze. Literally had heart attacks. Ah, nah, pre-sneeze is the worst feeling. That's actually really funny to think about. That's not something I was prepared to... Insert comparison misery comment. Oh yeah, no, of course. Oh no, my misery is worse than your misery. Let's, fucking ranked gameplay, misery. My misery's got higher MMR than yours. Oh my god, no, that's my counter to that argument anytime I hear it now. My misery's got higher MMR than your misery. I'm just gonna leave it at that, and it's just gonna be a fucking, the blankest expression on people's faces. It's the same as like anytime you look, it's temperature and like pain. Those are the two that like people, no matter what, have to try and one up you on. Oh god, it's really hot at the moment. It's like 25, 27 degrees. Oh, that's nothing. I'm used to 30, 40, 100 degrees Celsius weather. Motherfucking what? Like, don't get me wrong, I've gone to places when it's been like heat waves. I know what it's like in those extremes. Doesn't mean that the day-to-day can't be a pain in the ass. It's nothing, I'm barbecuing the sun. I mean, like, this is why I always talk about how, like, for me, heat isn't per se the problem, it's humidity is what screws me up. So, I've been in high temperature situations. When I was in Japan, I went during a heat wave, right? Where it was between 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. There was a day where it was straight up 40 degrees Celsius. The heat wasn't what fucked me up. It was at night when it got to, like, 27 degrees, but it was, like, 97, 99% humidity. So, for anyone that's wondering, that's the kind of humidity level that it's like the moment you go outside, your pits are fucking, your pits are like sweated through completely. That's what screws me up personally. %120% humidity. Pretty sure you'd die in that, right? But yeah, like, it's that sort of thing, right? Where it's... is that humidity percentage is also related to temp, not absolute. Exactly, right? Because technically speaking, there's a thing of actual temp versus felt temp, I believe is the terming for it. Where like it's oh sweet, acid's evolving. That's where like humidity is involved. Is humidity amplifies the actual temp to the felt temp, but also has the weakness of if it's at a high enough level, it will complicate how much heat you actually feel. Or like, sorry, the wetness of it all and stuff. So I can't handle that well at all. Like, high humidity is where I just feel awful. Like, I sweat very easily, quite naturally, so humidity just doesn't do me any justice. Anyway, since we've got the Kingler, let's get rid of this guy, even though I could have progressed further. Who do we want to level up now? Oh yeah, I do have a little bit of a blocked nose, huh? Is there room in box 1? To just deposit? No, there is not. Alright, bye acid. I probably want to prioritize ones that are in box 1 at the moment. We'll get one out of box 1 and then we'll go back to box 2. Now I have to actually remember what some of these are. Oh shit. Self-test is Ditto. Fleshlight is Bellsprout? Oh, we have 2 fleshlights, right? Yeah, so we don't have to worry about that one. In fact, I could release the second one. Getting weird currently, yeah. Yeah, I actually have to think this through. Oh no. Bestiality we can't do anything with. Bestiality's maxed out. Because that was Eevee evolved into Vaporeon. We probably want to get Capitalism, but Capitalism's one that we might want to sneak into our team long term. Because I do want to be able to use Payday a lot. TikTok is... I'm pretty sure we evolved TikTok with the stone. So Salmonella... I'm not gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole, neither would I hold a pole to touch it. Yeah. There's a lot that's going on with this, eh? What was LSD? I don't remember. Oh, there's Hentai. We could level up Hentai, right? Can you get Hypno in this game? Is Hypno's not a trade one, right? I can't remember. Landmine we could probably level up. We can't do anything with anal beads. Again, some of these statements are wild as hell. I actually can't even remember what Karen is. Oh, LSD is Parsec, right? Yeah, that's right. We could do that. Paris, sorry. I can't remember what this was. I just remember that I called it a word twice. And because of that, I put it as cancelled. God, there's no way to, like, ask some of these questions as well without it being, like, a mild concern, huh? It's such a wild one to, like... Which one was steroids? Why are you doing a Nuzlocke? I'm not doing a Nuzlocke. I'm just naming everything. Yeah, we'll grab LSD. Because I know at least we can get that evolution out of the way. And I'll release the low-level flashlight. Because we don't really care. And then we'll change box back to box 2. And then we'll put LSD first, so we can level it up. Blue balls. Yes, these are Pokeballs in the game Pokemon Blue. I'm doing alright. How you doing, yeah? Okay, I was all the way at like floor 10 or some shit. I don't remember. I'll just go via the teleporters that I knew got me where I was before. It's Friday evening. I mean, I could also make the statement it's Saturday morning. We did this bit, right? Yeah, and then I went through the other teleporter. That's right. We're getting there, we're getting there. I'm remembering. I mean, who isn't tired these days, right? Tis the pain. Crying child. What's up, crying child? We fought. And I went through here. And this was the last place we went, because this is where Acid leveled up. You dare betray Team Rocket? What am I betraying? You guys are the Mafia. You plan on doing some funny glitches during / after your playthrough? Definitely there's one glitch at minimum I have to do before the end of it. In fact, it might be the last glitch we do, just because it will fry the game. For the most part, I'm trying to avoid doing anything that, like, makes the game too much more easy, because to explain to those that may not have been here the whole time, I am playing through Pokemon Blue because this is the first video game I actually, like, properly played. Before this was, like, a couple of simple games, like, Thomas the Tank Engine Pinball. This was the first, like, actual game I played in my eyes. In my entire life. This and Final Fantasy 1 were the games that got me into playing games. Before that, I didn't really have the desire to play on a game. Counting arcade too, we don't have arcades here in New Zealand. Well, technically there was a time zone near the BK, where I was, the Burger King, when I was a kid. But, like, I don't think there was much there. I think it was mostly, like, crane games and shit. Like, keep in mind, this game, it was 1996 it came out. So, this is actually a 30-year-old game now, or nearly 30-year-old game. It's a 30-year-old game this year, I think at the end of the year, though. And only, after it overrides the corrupted part upon your first win. Yeah, I know about, missing that. Again, that's the idea. But yeah, no, this game is the first game I played through to completion, though. And I have played through Pokemon Blue several times. Not this version, I'm not actually used to the colors. I played through the Game Boy Advance version of this. Not the Game Boy Advance version, sorry, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, no, I have a lot of memories of this game, and a lot of my knowledge that we're using to play through this comes from me trying to remember decades-old information, which is not easy, I want that known. On Yellow, it's one of the first games I have memories of. Yeah. No, I never actually played Yellow or Red, I believe. I may have played Red once, but I only really played Blue. Then I played a lot of Gold. Gold I've played more than Blue. I actually own Heart Gold now. And I played through Sapphire a couple of times. I think twice, specifically. And, those were the only Pokemon games I really had played until Legends Arceus. So, a bit of a fucking gap. And then, after Legends Arceus, it was Scarlet and Violet, and that's it. That's the only Pokemon games I've played. My first Pokemon game is Silver. Silver was good. I personally preferred Gold a lot more, but the difference between them was pretty negligible. But I really enjoyed them. Gen 1 of someone got me interested in coding assembly back when I was 5-6 years old. Well, I mean, like I said, this is the game that got me into just anything related to computers as well. Prior to this, I wasn't all that, like, computer interested. I was, substantially more tactile art focused. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't probably have been a gamer, quotation marks, if it wasn't for Pokemon Blue and Final Fantasy 1. Like, I'm very confident in that. Team Rocket is trying to conquer the world with Pokemon. The Rockets came and took over the building. Oh dear, help me please. Look at him! He's such a coward! They must have targeted Sylph for our Pokemon products. Okay. Oh yeah, it's probably quite safe to assume I wouldn't have gotten into... Oh god, it's one of the 4 Rocket Brothers, yay. That means we've fought 3 of them? I probably wouldn't have gotten into computers, if it wasn't for this game. It's hard to say that there's an eventuality that something would have come along, but the point stands that, like, that's how essential it is. Just passing by to say hi, gonna be a mirror away now. Catch you later, and yeah, have a good one. But yeah, no, it's always kind of fun to look back at some of these games. It's really funny to me as well, because, like, again, I openly admit I look back at this game with, like, rose-tinted glasses. Like, really heavily. It's hard not to, right? Like, the most foundational game to your experience of gaming, you're gonna look back at fondly more than you probably should. But, like, I'm still really having a lot of fun right now with this game. Like, even though you're seeing me do basically hyper-repetitive tasks and doing very much the same sort of stuff over and over again, this is so ingrained into me. Like, a lot of these actions, doing a lot of things, it's why, like, newer Pokemon games kind of mess with my head. Like, EXP share still is something that, like, my brain can't quite get around. The idea that I don't need the main Pokemon, that I want to level up as my main character that I'm using, and that, like, levels can be kind of pretty meh all over the place. Old Pokemon games are really fun. I stand by, I would gladly do a playthrough of Heart Gold on stream at some point. In fact, that's probably something I might do this year. Help, I'm a self-employee! To be fair, we do need to still continue on with the Final Fantasy, playthrough stuff at some point. Which that's gonna start becoming like maybe only 2 of those a year is the problem. Just purely because that's how long they are. Like, I want it understood that that's what we're gonna have to deal with soon. Oh no, Flash was disabled. What will I do? But yeah, no, every Final Fantasy that we're going to be interacting with is going to be a very long game at this stage, so it's going to be very slow to get through those moving forward. Which Final Fantasy are you playing? Well, we finished 7 was the last one, so we have to go to 8 now. Because we've played through on stream from 1 to 7 now. So, 8 will be next. So probably before the end of the year, I'll probably have finished 9, hopefully. Because because it's my excuse for playing through the rest of the franchise that I never did. Because, again, prior to streaming, the only Final Fantasies I've ever played were 1, 2, and 14. So, it'll be nice to go through and play the rest of those. Just to, like, see a lot of the stuff I missed out on. 7 was interesting for that. It's like, I could see why the game was incredibly popular and why it was as successful as it was. Do I think it's my favorite Final Fantasy? No. Of them that I've played, 6 is probably still my favorite. In fact, I do have the list somewhere, right? Give me a sec, I can pull it up. Final Fantasy list. Yep, 6 is still the top one. Primary screen. Sort window capture. There. This is on my desktop because, like, we kept talking about which ones I liked the most. So this kept, like, getting a discussion point, so I decided to kind of list it all down. 6 is my favorite, and the reasons for positions and stuff like that, and, like, my criticisms along with that as well. 6, I loved Terra and Celeste. They were great. I loved those characters. Story was focus was extremely well executed. The challenges were more or less always present. Being able to swap around characters, get room for interesting play patterns. Absolutely amazing villain and characters. I loved doing the voices. I really did. It was real fun. I forever will, whenever I think of the voice I did for Kefka, I will think of Kefka. Even though it's basically like a rip off Mark Hamill slightly. Did have consistency issues with segments separating up the characters to tell different stories. Sadly, that was rather forgettable, and some of the characters really didn't have time to shine. But 7, I say most of the key characters were really interesting and fairly well developed. Extremely great narrative and world building. A lot of the characters felt underdeveloped though, like Red, Vince, the Ciara, Vex, XX, and stuff like that. A lot of that felt very weak. Gameplay suffered a lot from age, primarily with issues around room navigation being finicky, and target selection being relative to the camera, which this was a massive problem in my eyes. The builds didn't feel very diverse. Basically, by the end, you kind of just had the same builds. Lack of compelling reasons to play multiple characters and different teams. Fuck the Ruby weapon. Anyway, 5 I still think was really, really solid for what it was. It just was like a basic game. Like, characters were really enjoyable and compelling. The main cast were hysterical. I loved them. The characters they did for that were really good. Gameplay loop was interesting. It's the same kind of loop, not too bad. The job flexibility led to really cool play patterns. The problem was that, like, again, by the end of it, everyone did play samey somewhat, but you still kind of had, like, a lot of choices. Extremely good villain. I will always love X-Death. I think he is, like, the most compelling Darth Vader of a villain that the Final Fantasy verse had. Like, while Kefka is a really memorable villain, and Sephiroth is also a memorable villain, X-Death is the example of someone that's just powerful and just executes his plans well. Like, literally he only loses because of bullshit at the end. Unlike everyone else, he always felt like he was winning. Sephiroth, there were moments where he felt like he was on the back foot, even though he really wasn't. Same with, like, the story with the Empire and Kefka. But never did X-Death actually feel like he was gonna lose. Except for one time, and that was also part of his plan. Final Fantasy 1, Brave Dawn specifically, not the one we actually played on stream, but, like, this one I literally list nostalgia, right? Nostalgia is a very important factor in games. 4, story was interesting, characters were as well, but the gameplay loop was decent but not memorable, and the jobs did not matter. Final Fantasy 2, I really liked the idea of the leveling up skill system, but it had a really awful grind because of it. The characters were kind of fun, but some of them were pretty forgettable as well. Final Fantasy 3, the fact that the Toad Dungeon is the first thing I mention, Toad Dungeon can go to hell. And then the version I played, the main characters don't have names, and are not clearly defined individually, so therefore, like, when you're playing, you straight up can't tell who's talking from the main group. They are just an amalgamated blob with no personality. Now, I heard that other versions of the game, that wasn't the problem, but hey. Are you gonna try playing Final Fantasy Tactics too? I wouldn't be against it, but the ruling I have for the Final Fantasy franchise is that I'm gonna play all the mainline games first, and I'm not gonna play remakes until I have to. Like, technically I did with the Pixel remasters, but those were remasters, not remakes. So it's more or less, it is still the base game, with a lot of the base game errors. But they were just like slightly visually tweaked up. Final Fantasy Tactics is probably one that's going to be much later on. Going through the Brave Souls games as well, like I do want to play Brave Souls 1 at least, and I do want to play the Final Fantasy 7 remake, because those look really good. What the little bit of it I've seen. But, like, it doesn't feel very, great to try and play through Final Fantasy VII Remake after playing through Final Fantasy VII. Because then I'm, like, too heavily comparing the two, and, like, those are games that do not deserve to be compared to each other, too directly, because they are very different at the end of the day, by the end of it. They have very different writing styles, very different direction, and very, very different gameplay. Incredibly different gameplay. So it's disingenuous to compare them too closely, right? It's the same argument I could say with, like, it is technically incorrect of me to say compare Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 15. We'll just use that as an example, because those games are very little alike. There's such a gap between the concepts that you can't, like, really lock in with that. Wait till that's out. Yeah, it's because isn't there gonna be a fucking third part to that now? So I kind of remember. This guy's how poisoned me, so I guess I have to leave. But it is definitely going to be interesting. Again, like, this is what I say, is like, having only played, realistically, the OG games, it makes playing through more of the modern ones, well, again, modern quotation marks. 7, the base version of 7 isn't really that modern, by comparison sakes. I believe it is actually classified as a retro now, right? Point is, anyway, is, like, I get to see the evolution of design between the games. That's why we're trying to play the oldest version of each of the games, right? The Final Fantasy VII we played, I believe, was actually the OG one and not the remake, to my understanding. But I might be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the remake. Remake, remaster, whatever. Based on images I saw of like the visual updated version of the game. But no, it'll definitely be something that I prioritize trying to do in the future. It's just probably not going to start for a little while because, again, that is a very long franchise and each game takes a long time to play through now. Like, previously the games were doable in like a period of time that you can look at and go, yeah, no, that makes sense. Now we're at a stage where that's no longer the case, right? I smell a little rat. Like Final Fantasy VII alone taught me how long the games are gonna start getting. And like that one's also not as long as others. Let's just go gambling. So I can, again, we're trying to do as much leveling as we can here, right? Gambling's a good one to make sure we get them leveled up. Because I want to get out of just only having slam. To see you attempt 11? Which one's 11? Oh, is 11 the fucking first MMO? If that's the case, I literally can't. Yeah, no, that one I believe I could do something towards it, if I saw correctly. But it is going to have to be one that we have to accept skipping. I mean, by that same argument, Final Fantasy 14 is going to be interesting to do, purely because I don't know what I'm going to be doing for that. Because I actually do own a Final Fantasy 14 account. I haven't played on it in yonks, and I haven't paid for the subscription in ages either. But I wouldn't mind, like, for a little while playing it, just to kind of go like, hey, this is what the game looks like. Because I did finish Realm Reborn, and I was playing the next expansion. That was where I was up to. I had the best gear of possibly doable from the first game, first part. Because I grinded the shit out of those fucking raids, man. I played a lot of those raids. But it'd be Heaven's Ward and not the original. Yeah. True. I mean, I could do some raids and stuff. I also have a shitload of quests still to do. Technically for Realm Reborn. Because I never finished everything. So there's a valid argument there. I don't know. Again, like, we're definitely not going too intense on playing 14 again because It's one of those things of, we've made it clear that I just want to beat each of the games. I don't want to do all of the side content, but I want to make a little bit of an effort to try and do a good chunk. However, by response to that as well, you can get fucked if you think you can convince me to, quotation marks, complete an MMO. Yeah, I don't think I need to explain why. I'm sure everyone here knows what the fucking MMO is, and the words complete don't happen there. So, like I said, it might just be like we play it for a little bit for a funny, haha, see, I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. And then move on from that. Just a little sad that some games are just products of the time and impossible to experience in their original form. Yeah, I kind of get your argument with that. At the same time, like, there's a very mixed bag argument with that, and there's a very contentious argument that's often put towards a lot of that. I have a mixed bag with it of, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sad that I'm unable to play or access it in a, like, completely original way as well. However, I get it. As someone that's dealt with programming a lot and has experienced having to sunset programs and systems before, it's not exactly something you do lightly. It's something that happens and you kind of just have to accept it. Do I wish there were better practices put in place to enable these things having longevity? Sure. But, like, without a reason, like, without a monetary gain to do so, why would I do it? Right? Like, that's the business decision that has to be made. You mistook me for a self-worker? But, like, that's that decision that has to be made. I'm just somber without blame. Yeah, no, exactly. That right there is probably the most valid statement towards it. And I think that's exactly how a lot of us feel towards this issue. It's not that we're upset at anyone in particular, it's that we can't be upset at anyone, so we're just upset at the issue. I'm not gonna lie, I switched to drugs because I thought it was gonna explode. What do I do now? Okay, I'll switch back to gambling then, instead. You better not self-destruct now. That's also kind of annoying. But I don't do special attacks. Now you fucking do it! You're an asshole! It's also one that, like, I feel really... I have to probably glide around it more carefully than I just did, of a subject as well, because obviously there is initiatives out there that are trying to work on that sort of idea, and I've expressed in the past my mixed and complicated feelings with how a lot of that has been handled and or the people handling it. So it's a very complex issue, overall. Because, again, I've discussed it on stream before. The most clear one of it is, like, was it? Stop Killing Games, I think is the name of the initiative, the main one. which I've talked about, like, especially the early stages, I really didn't like it. I think that there was a lot of problems with it. Like, the initial, like, put forward, like, stuff that they wanted to do, a lot of the personalities and, statements being made by a lot of the key figures was what I didn't like. And I thought that even in the later stages, they were missing a lot of key, important things that they needed to actually acknowledge. Yeah, like, I think Jin, you've nailed it pretty much there. It's like, conceptually speaking, I've got nothing wrong with the Stop Killing Games initiative. I think it's a cool idea if there is something that enables companies to be able to, like, keep these sorts of things going. However, a failure to acknowledge what that actually means and results in was what I was seeing. Where the fuck am I now? But yeah, no, it's one of those things where, when you're interacting with this sort of stuff, you have to actually acknowledge who you're interacting with. And what are their interests. And a good way is, to legally preserve control of IP and copyright while giving people, the effort to keep X alive. Like, I think something like that's doable. Potentially. I wonder if Sylph is finished. Like, it's really hard, because, like, we have some sort of systems like that in place for digital media. For, like, movies and TV shows and music. So I do think, like, there's a doable thing for it. I just don't know what it would look like. Part of it is how archaic copyright law. Yes. No, that's actually a really important acknowledgement to make on this matter. Is like how out of date a lot of these things are. Copyright law has been really pointed at, especially in the digital world, as a massive problem, and there needs to be some changes made. Especially with AI becoming quite a prevalent figure. That's something that needs to be sorted out. Show Team Rocket a little respect. Because, like, I dislike, aspects of, again, like... It's okay. I want it understood, when I look at a lot of this stuff, I look at it from, like, a two-pronged perspective. I look at it from the perspective of both the company and the consumer. Because I am a consumer, and I've also worked in companies. And I've also talked with people in the industry. So, I get a bit of a solid understanding of the both angles. With that being the case, that's why I talk so often about, like, you need to find a way to monetarily reward these companies for allowing access to their reserved IPs, because they need to have them. The problem also does come into what happens when a studio dissolves. The copyright becomes really, really complex. Who actually has ownership of something when the original owners no longer exist? Right? technically nobody, but technically the original owners do, so it's who has it. Set up a non-profit and figure out the law for it. Honestly, an NGO would probably be the most reasonable bet instead of actually setting up it in legislation. I'm gonna be honest, right? I think that's a valid approach. What? There shouldn't be any children here. It's a fucking juggler? Okay. What level is it? It's level 29. Honestly, I can probably just overpower it with, non-effective moves on mine, and then it's just not gonna do damage. But yeah, it's why it's such a, complex issue, is because there's just not really a clear-cut solution. Because you have to understand, like, no matter what, at the end of the day, you want both the consumer and the supplier to be happy about the situation. And that's really hard to accomplish. Like, a non-legislative NGO is probably the most realistic answer. However, like, the setting up of such a thing is very, very difficult. Because you would need a fuckload of funding for it, which I'm sure it wouldn't be impossible to get with how everything is. It's not a very effective critical hit nuke. I don't know, again, I'm glad that it seems like a lot of the discourse around that has kind of calmed down. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a valid one. Yeah, like that's kind of where it comes down to, is there is no perfect solution. The end of the day, the solution that we want is that consumers should be able to have access long-term to their products that they purchase and or whatever. But like, again, at the moment, if you actually read a lot of the legal stuff, almost every game you purchase, you're purchasing a license for, not per se the digital access to the game. It's the same with like your OS. You're purchasing a license for the OS. You don't own the OS. Which is why, like, editing it is a breach of terms of service. But no one really, like, actively complains about that. It's a Pokemon report. Pokemon Lab created Porygon, the first virtual reality Pokemon. It's a Pokemon report. Over 160 Pokemon techniques have been confirmed. Jeez. Just a few then, huh? Yo, Digimon. God damn it. Oh yeah, wasn't there a a recent Digimon game that came out. Like, I say recent, like, I think it was last year or so. That was really popular. I did have a look-see into that game. I don't think my PC would have been able to stream it though. So to me, all of them were popular, fair. Nah, I think, is it the one that I might have it on my wish list still. Give me a sec. No, I think I had it on the wish list at one point, because I was like, might be a funny game to stream when the PC gets upgraded, but I think that's why I took it off, because I have tried to take off games that are very reliant on PC upgrade. But yeah, no, Storytime Stranger, that looks like it. As someone that barely remembers any Digimon stuff as well, it'd be really funny to play it. Because, like, I remember the last time I watched Digimon would have been, like, early 2000s. Like, I wish I was kidding. I genuinely think it's been like 2 decades at minimum since I last watched it. I think it's longer though. That's when it was good. Hey man, your words, not mine. I can't speak like shit towards it.
Your Pokemon have weak points. I can nail them.
Okay. Having fun today? Yeah. Dude, I love Pokemon Blue. I swear to God, if your weak point argument, scientist, is that you can turn your Pokemon into a bomb, I might spin the fuck out. Nail him, exactly. Fishing in Cedars, not as chilly as I remember. Yeah, because of the Nama storyline. So as a Digimon fan, yeah, that game is amazing. NVIDIA C, the new Digimon is good. The cry. Okay, I have a question, then, on the Digimon's discussion. If I was to say, watch Digimon, how would I go about that? Because, like, is there a remake, or is there just been, like, has it just, like, progressed constantly? Watch or which? Watch. If I was to go about watching the series, how would I approach it best? Like, because I'm gonna be honest, if you told me there's, like, multiple series that aren't fully related to each other, I'm not that interested in those sort of thing. I'm more interested in, like, what's the main storyline that I would probably be interested in watching. I'm mildly curious. I'm not saying I will, I'm just saying that I'm curious. Because I want to know how long that would be of a process and how, like, reasonable that would be to do. Because if it's not, like, if you tell me it's not Bleach, levels of watching, I'm curious. If you tell me it's like that, I'm definitely gonna be picky. It's the same universe and cameos happen. Oh, I'd assume as much, right? That's why I asked kind of like, what's the main storyline that I'd be interested in? Because like, again, I watched it back when that was on TV. The Transformers with the Minicrons or something like that was what they were called. I think it was like Transformers Armada or some shit like that was the name of that one. Like that era is where I'm looking at. Couldn't tell you, I stopped watching when I grew out of it, fair enough. Maybe I'll look that up later, because I'm slightly curious to see how that would be. If it would be something I could probably consider doing as a little funny bit off to the side at some point, and just turn up and go, so I watched like all of this over a weekend or some shit. To be fair, I could just watch the first season of One Piece. Dude, just watch the first season, it's fine. Just watch the first season, you'll enjoy it by the end. Oh yeah, how long is the first season? You know, it's just a season. How long's the first season?
You hammered me!
Okay, calm down, buddy. You're talking to a child, that's kind of weird. I'm one of the 4 Rocket Brothers. Hey, that's the 4th one then. Damn, my main Pokemon are actually getting like kind of hammered at this point, huh? Starting to run a little low in health. On Digimon, there is not, the show in every season has a different story and only the adventure seasons are connected? Okay. Hey man, I don't know. I just remember there was like a yellow dinosaur that turned into like one that had a brown mask on and it was bigger. And then there was like one Digimon that turned into a woman, and that one I remember the woman version of. I don't know what the original one is, but I know what the woman one looks like. I don't remember it as much from the series. I mean, I remember as well, like, there was a flower one. I think maybe that's the one that turned into the woman. You're thinking of Adventure 02? Okay. Do you like the way I described that all of that though? Hey man, look, the last time I looked at anything Digimon related was either that game or off-brand content. Like any good enjoyer. Much like Toho. Well, I have a lot of knowledge about the Toho franchise. Looks at a Toho game. There's not enough lesbian sex in here. This isn't what I remember. worst part is, that's a fucking lie, we all know it. There's probably more than enough lesbian energy in any of them that we look at that it's like, nah, that's about what I expected. And I stand by this. I know at least 90% of the people I can talk to that know of Toho have never played a Toho game or read or seen any Toho storylines outside of stuff on on a hentai site. You cannot convince me otherwise. Like 90% of the Toho fans have never touched Toho outside of themselves. To be fair, I think there's a couple of game franchises that I could make that same argument for, but there's some of them that I don't want to make that argument for because I feel uncomfortable with the idea. There's one in particular, and I'm not going to even say it. Oh, Fate though. Fate has a lot of that. I've watched a bit of the Fate series. Never played any of the games, but I do know, a lot about Fate. I didn't know there was a story in Toho. I mean, story quotation marks. I actually own a couple of Toho games, ironically. I've only played 2, I think. There's one I played on stream because it was a Vampire Survivors-like game, which is actually really interesting because it had a unique leveling up architecture, which I found quite cool. But then it was another one that I bought while I was in Japan with my mate. I think he currently has it, but I have all of the, I think I have all of the collector's edition stuff that came with it. Still sitting somewhere. I also played a lot of, a tower defense game in Dota 2 that was designed off Toho. Don't ask. But that was a weird one. I should probably go back and heal at this point. I actually really loved that game, by the way, that, that tower defense. It had a lot of cool mechanics in it. But for a long time, that was, the most I knew about Toho, was what I learned from that tower defense game. And then I read a doujinshi of it, and then I came to understand it more. And then I played actual Toho games, and I'm like, wait a minute. They're not just all having copious amounts of, lesbian sex? This isn't what I knew about Toho. Don't know if I was disappointed, I was just definitely confused. It's like that one meme though, it's like, I really like Toho, so do I, and it's just one that plays the games, and one that reads just the hentai. I don't know, let's go to floor 8, Let's go to a random floor, see what happens. Hi, dude. Not here. We've been here a lot. So this is where we just were, I believe. which actually is good, because then we can teleport back here. Grab this. Except we can't, because we're maxed out on our inventory again. Give my fucking gambling bit of bones. Cool. Now that opens up the map. Damn. I don't remember if these doors stay open or not, once they're opened. Hi, who are you? You look tired, you should take a quick nap. Don't give up. Cool, so we have a heal spot. Okay, well that's actually a question now I kind of feel like asking. What's everyone's favorite, like, franchise? Like, we're talking anime, games, movies, anything like that. When I say favorite franchise, what comes to mind? I'm curious. Rocket wants to fight. Digimon? Fate? I think they're pretty reasonable answers. Why do you say fate with a question mark? Why are you questioning yourself? For better or worse? Yeah, well, that I agree with. Like, I know a couple of people that really like Fate at this point, and even everyone I know that likes Fate hates Fate. In fact, it is very much the definition of the greatest Fate haters are Fate enjoyers, and I cannot be convinced otherwise. Like, if someone plays Fate Go, they despise the Fate franchise. Hard agree, yeah. Like, it's one that's just like, yeah, no, it's not one that it makes, like, it's one that makes sense to everyone that knows anything about Fate fans. Is like, nobody hates Fate more than Fate fans. And it's really funny. And I played Fate OG, yeah. Or Fate Go, yeah. No, I do not know anyone that hates the Fate franchise more than Fate fans, specifically those that actually play Fate Go. Like, it's impressive. It's not often you get the most dedicated fans being the most, like, the biggest haters. You get that with Genshin as well, I would argue. Like, Genshin definitely has, like, the biggest fans of the Genshin game. Absolutely hate Genshin with a burning passion. I'm trying to think of other games where that's, like, really clearly the case. Can we think of any other franchises where, like, the biggest fans are also the biggest haters? It's a hard one. I want to say Pokemon, but I actually feel like Pokemon fans are a mixed bag. Love someone had it, gotta love something to hate, how they misuse it. See, that I agree with. Again, that's why we say, like, the biggest haters are normally those biggest fans, is because, like, they just sit there and go, you've got to be fucking with me. Like, you think this is acceptable to do this with? I was gonna say Pokemon. Like, Pokemon's such a weird one, because I do think that there is, like, genuinely people that play Pokemon that absolutely just love the franchise, and, like, I don't have anything wrong with Pokemon. I think Pokemon's great. For the most part. I hate the company. I think most of the Pokemon games are fine, though.
I support Team Rocket more than I support Sylph.
As you know, I would say, if you've played every Pokemon game, you're probably one of the biggest Pokemon haters. I think those are the ones that I tend to see the case. Like, the majority of the time, it's only the ones that have played, like, every Pokemon game. Because they will constantly iterate over and over again, oh, this wasn't as good as, like, the original. This wasn't as good as, like, Black and White 2, or fucking Heart Gold, or anything like that. That's all that you hear on repeat from them, and you're like, those games were great, but, like, these are different. I stand by, my favorite game has probably become Legends Arceus, just because I truly believe that game encapsulates what Pokemon has always been, in my eyes. But also, I like fucking Star Wars Rogue One, and apparently I'm wrong for that. The amount of times I see, like, on social media, them pointing at, like, 1 or 2 scenes from it going, this is the only good thing to come out of the movie. I'm like, motherfucker, the movie was good. What do you mean? What's wrong with it? How could you? I know nothing about Rogue One. See, that there is also the issue online, right? Like, how many fucking times do we see it's like, what's the issue with the game? Oh, like, what's the issue with the thing that you're complaining? Oh, I have no fucking idea. I just know everyone's hating on you, so it's funny. It's like, God damn it, can we not? No, I think, like, Obi-Wan series and Rogue One are great examples of movies that, if you enjoyed the original trilogy, for specific reasons, that bit of content is really good. But if you didn't enjoy them for, like, a set of reasons, you probably won't enjoy them. Or if you didn't enjoy the original trilogy. Like, I grew up watching both the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, because the prequel trilogy came out when I was younger, right? I liked both, for the most part. Again, I was young enough that when the first, when watching the Phantom Menace, I liked all of it. I also liked Jar Jar. I have definitely grown jaded to not liking Jar Jar now. I just kind of am bored of his character, but that's because, like, I'm older. He was very clearly designed for a younger audience. Which is why, like, I think in the eyes of, like, talking about Jar Jar Binks, you have to acknowledge while we may dislike him, kids like him. And that's who he was designed for. All I know about Jar Jar is he looks uggo, but there's plenty of uggo good characters, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder, or one of its eyes. Be a beaut. What's good? So, again, Jar Jar is basically just toilet humor energy, right? Like, that's the biggest problem a lot of people have with him, is that he's actively stupid, he actively hinders the plot, and he, just acts dumb and all this sort of stuff. But again, he's childish. He's a childish comedic character in these sorts of things. Now, yes, was that what we had, like, R2-D2 and C-3PO for when we were younger watching, like, the original? Yes. But that's the thing, is, like, he's the more modern rendition of that kind of energy. So you have to kind of, again, it's a mixed bag.
What kept you, Malith?
Why the fuck are you here, Red?
I thought you'd turn up if I waited here. I guess Team Rocket slowed you down. Not that I care. I saw you and Saffron, so I decided to see if you got any better.
I'm gonna go grab some water while we prep this, get ready for this fight. Alright, there we go. And we're back. Like I said, just wanted to get some water.
Red wants to fight.
Oh god, is that what Pidgeot looks like right there? You called him Red? Is that the default? Oh yeah, what have I actually called him in this? Is he called Red? I actually don't remember what he's called. Yeah, Red is the default. Fuck, I completely, like, blanked on what his name is. Yeah, no, it is, no, so, in the anime he's Gary, in this he's Red. It's Blue and Red are literally the default names for the characters. In the game, though, you can select to just call them Ash and Gary. Oh yeah, no, I've left it at red. Okay. Yeah, no, red is the absolute default name. Oh, that's annoying. Ugh. Fucking level 49. Alright. Fuck! It has learnt it. Okay. Ugh. Dragon Rage is a very, very skitty hit. Okay. Alakazam, huh? What level is it? 35. Also, this motherfucker's got an Alakazam. He's been trading. This is cheating. Should be able to overpower it though, just raw stat-wise. Ugh. Just so it's known, by the way, red fights are actually really difficult. Ah, fuck. Okay. I'm gonna run out of Psychic. Oh god, that was a kill, thank god. I thought that was gonna be another 2 hits. Not just the one. Alright, here is Charizard. How do I want to approach this bit? Okay. Oh. It's not flamethrower. That should nuke still. Yep. Oh, you're an asshole. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. That doesn't matter. That is red defeated. Whoa, far out. I still love, like, conceptually speaking, the Mona has been probably one of my most liked trainers as the rival.
Ho-ho, so you are ready for Boss Rocket.
LSD is evolving. Let's fucking go. That means we can get rid of LSD.
Well, Malith, I'm moving on up and ahead. By checking my Pokedex, I'm starting to see what's strong and how they evolve. I'm going to the Pokemon League to boot out the Elite Four. I'll become the world's most powerful trainer. Malith, well, good luck to you. Don't sweat it. Smell you later.
Okay, so we've got a couple of things we need to go sort out now. We need to go trade out Parasect. I'm upset. A bird capture flew out of render distance. Damn. Alright. So, Bill's PC. Change box to box 1. Because that's where we'll put LSD. Pause it, LSD. Because Parasect is the final evolution for that line in this game. You think? I can't remember, does Parasect ever evolve further? I don't think it does. Who are you? Oh. Snorlax. Who is Karen? Oh, yeah. I don't think we actually have, the Haunter yet. We still don't have the Marowak either. Who is Arson? Vulpix. Can't get Ninetales in this. My memory? Yeah, like, I don't think either, but also some of the more newer Pokemon games have added a lot of evolutions that I don't know about. I can't remember what floor I need to go to now to speed this process up and get where we need to go. We can probably kind of go, like, every floor now, because we can open everything up. I should have cleared my inventory out, actually. I'm gonna do that quickly. Of, like, TMs and stuff like that. Because they just tend to clog up the inventory at this point. Mallets BC. Deposit. Hit PP up. And that should be everything for now? Yeah. Teach your Valley Pokemon Spite. Sounds like a move that should be in one of those revenge isekais, right? You've done me an injustice. I'm now gonna cast Spite on you. Like, okay, calm the fuck down. I'll drain your PP, goddammit. I'll leave that to Gardevoir. She can drain my PP anytime. Hi. Oh, hi! You're not a rocket! You came to save us? Why, thank you! I want you to have this Pokemon for saving us. I got a fucking Lapras. I forgot they just give you a Lapras. Fuck me. Oh, Lapras is pretty good. Now we have to deal with our first name of the day as well. Oh, God, we're nearly 2 hours in before we had to remember naming characters. Lapras. What the fuck am I calling a Lapras? Piracy? You know what? I actually agree with that. Nah, that's actually a really good one. Piracy. Done. There's no room for Pokemon piracy was sent to your Pokemon Box 1 on PC. Its Lapras is very intelligent. We keep it in our lab, but it will be much better off with you. I think you'll be a good trainer for Lapras. It's a good swimmer. It'll give you a lift. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if it just, like, has surf inherently or not. I know it's the one that most of us use for surf, though. Stop right there. Don't you move. The question is, do we want it over Gyarados? Because Gyarados is currently our Surf Pokemon. Honestly? Probably. It has access to Ice-type moves as well as Water-type. I'm pretty sure it can learn both really good ones. And since, like, it's basically, I believe... I'm trying to remember, isn't it slightly better than Dugong? I think it's slightly better than Dugong. Because I'm pretty sure it can learn Aurora Beam. Hey, Clap, how's it going? And, like, Aurora Beam is really good late game. It is one of the better ways to just kill a dragon Pokemon. Lightworks worked wonders, thanks old man. I'm glad, because it is genuinely, I remember it being a really good program for editing in general, but really particularly audio. In fact, I believe the AMV that I did that in Lightworks. It is because it is a free software as well, so it just makes it a really good shout. But I'm glad that it worked out for you. Mind Break is almost level 50, which is pretty massive. Puts its leagues ahead of the power level that we're supposed to be at. Why CS animals not shown on enemy radar? I thought they do. Only under specific conditions do they, if I remember correctly. Like, I think when they're tagged, they do. But they also just show up as a waypoint in general at that stage. If you're actively farming for them, using a Vara is probably, or a stealth frame in general is normally the best bet. In my experience. Because I'm pretty sure as long as you've got like a hush effect, you can pretty much like spam shot and you're not too bad off for it. No, the easiest way to find them is when you zoom in with a rifle, they do get a glow effect through terrain. Maybe they change it because I built it for max enemy detect. I don't remember it ever being the case, but I could be wrong. Admittedly, I never really liked the capture systems at all anytime it was implemented in Warframe. I did it the bare minimum I had to every time I've had to interact with it. Which is the reason why I do not have an excess in those resources, which is why I'm actually behind on some things. They might only show up when tracked. I'm pretty sure they only show up when tracked. That's all I ever remembered for it. Or maybe Venus only, because they attack. Possibly. I wouldn't say that that's an incorrect kind of theory. I could definitely see that being the case. I just know that I tend to just spam the zoom in on the scope because you can see it through terrain. Like, you just tend to look around like that, and you'll more often than see it. The birds are the fucking worst, because they can just be in the air miles away. Big thing that works, yeah. No, that's what I remember with the conservation, I think is the term for it, right? Conservation system. I do need to do Deimos conservation at some point, because I am still missing a lot on the Deimos stuff. But to be fair, I need to do conservation across the board. I just don't really want to. It's really not a fun gameplay loop to me. There's a reason why it and fishing I tend not to do. Fishing mainly because I burnt myself out on it, because there was a portion of time, I don't know if it's still the case, but there was a portion of time where a specific fish in a specific lake was the most effective way to get cedar standing. It was the nighttime pond near the entrance. And like, it was just, you would fish that non-stop. And me and my mate would just sit there for hours doing that fishing. And it really killed my like for doing it. So I just tend to dislike a lot of those systems in the game. Malith, so we meet again. The President and I are discussing a vital business proposition. Keep your nose out of grown-up matters, or experience a world of pain. Really, Giovanni? You really want to do this again? I am literally using you for EXP. Chill while VTubers are on screen too. That's fair. Alright. Poison type. To use psychic. Mind Crush. Anyway. What's next? Kangaskhan is fighting type? I think? Is it fighting normal, or is it like one or the other? That's actually one that I'm not sure I remember well enough. I want to say it's fighting type, though. Which I believe means it's still weak to psychic. Yeah, like, I think it's either fighting normal or one of those two. Ow. Which, we'll find out real quickly if this is effective or not on it. Critical hit. It is not super effective, so it's not fighting type. I think it is actually just normal typing then. So I'm pretty sure Psychic's good against fighting. Remembering. Rhyhorn is ground type though. I don't have... Is Drugs high enough level? What's the level of the Rhyhorn? 37? I don't know if drugs is high enough level to kill this on its own, but I will try. Stomps a lot of damage. Well, it's not too bad. Okay. Hit it with a razor leaf. This will tell me a lot. Oh, damn. Alright then. To use a Nidoqueen, which I believe Nidoqueen is still poison typing? I assume so. Is it like poison fighting or some shit? I don't know, man. I just work here. Either way, if it's fighting or poison, it should still be super effective. Drew to level 19. Ugh. I lost again. Thanks for the $4 grand, dumbass. Blast it all. You ruined our plans for Silp. But Team Rocket will never fall. Malith, never forget that all Pokemon exist for Team Rocket. I must go, but I shall return. Bye, I guess. Just have access to a computer then.
Thank you for rescuing all of us. We admire your courage.
How can I not get through that corner? That's kind of bullshit. Is Green desynced on my side, or do you have his monologue memorized? It might be desynced? I don't know. I wasn't actually, like, looking over too much thing. Thank you for saving Silp. I will never forget you saved us in our moment of peril. I have to thank you in some way. Because I am rich, I can give you anything. Yeah, maybe this will do. Malith got a Master Ball. Saying his words before the typewriter wrote the dialogue. Nah, I'm just that good, clearly. No, I do not have any of this stuff memorized. I think we've gotten most of the loot from here, and there is no more fights to do. But I will double check still because, you know, why wouldn't I? Please keep quiet about my crying. You cried because terrorists took over. I think people will be fine about that. I'm gonna be honest, if you told me someone's gonna be mean to you because you cried while there was like a terrorist organization attacking you, Now, yes, I know they're the Mafia, but you can't tell me that they weren't acting like terrorists. You cry when people with guns showed up and threatened to kill you? Yeah, what a bitch. It's like, what? It's like you cried when your life was threatened. Oh no, you were so horrible. Yeah, what a wuss. Like, what? Why are you concerned about that?
Yeah, Team Rock is gone. It's safe to go out again.
God, these games, man. Says more about the state of toxic masculinity in the 90s. I mean, in the category. To be fair, it's worse, because that was a woman from what I could tell. So that's just toxicity in general. So it's like, yeah, it's not even like a toxic masculinity argument. This is so messed up, man.
People should be flocking back to Saffron now.
So we just took down a mass-scale criminal organization again. Just kind of want to iterate that. Hi. Thank you for writing. I hope to see you soon. Hey, don't look at my letter. Edgy. I don't know. I was given a PP up as a gift. It's used for increasing the PP of techniques. I will never be mature enough to not listen to that and just... yeah. The copycat is cute. I'm getting her a polka doll. My daughter is so self-centered. She only has a few friends. Wow, rude. My daughter likes to mimic people. Yeah, mimicry has earned her the nickname Copycat around here. What's on TV? I guess nothing's on TV. This is a rare Pokemon, huh? It's only a doll. Hi, do you like Pokemon? No. I just asked you. Huh? You're strange. Quit mimicking. But that's my favorite hobby. This is a rare Pokemon, huh? It's only a doll. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest one of all? Game with Mario wearing a bucket on his head. Fucking goddamn.
It's a wrecked bus escaping Sil's building.
Hoo-ha! You're trespassing in fighting dojo. Oh yeah, I gotta fucking fight these guys. Level 30s, huh? You know what's, what fighting's weak to, guys? Mind Crush. What is this? Okay. I should double check. Trying to double check if there's anything that I can think of that I need to talk about today. Well, I just casual shy. Sorry, I'm just quickly squizzing. I don't really think I've had many, I don't think I've had any topics that I needed to bring up in a while. Mainly it's because I've been having such boring days, admittedly. I love how silly Marshop looks. Yeah, Marshop does look like a silly little guy, right? Been having such a wonderful day, there's not much to say, huh? How about the weather? The weather's been terrible at the moment. No, it's just genuinely been, like, I've just been relaxing at the moment, the most, during my downtime. Because again, I said, I'm not going to be working on the game, for the near future. I'm getting an itch to work on it again, though. I'm probably gonna have to figure out what my schedule is actually going to look like. I said I would post something this week, but it might have to be delayed till next week because I need to figure out how I want to organize it in a way that effectively means I can work on the game outside of stream time consistently. Until, like, later this month, where I'll probably be bringing it back to streams. I just want to have made a lot of progress between now and then. But I don't know if I'm going to be touching the game again next week, because I did say I kind of want to not touch the game for at least 2 weeks. getting the withdrawal shakes, like, kind of. Like, unjokingly. Like, again, I'm a workaholic by nature, so at the moment, me, like, forcefully trying to take some time off, and sort some stuff out. I mean, to be fair, I did have, like, 3 hours worth of meetings and phone calls and shit yesterday. Which, I'm not even gonna get into that one, that was just a fucking frustrating time. Needless to say, I'm pissed about something, but I can't talk about that on stream. But yeah, no, I need to sort out kind of some form of schedule for myself. Sorry, my headset died. Hope nothing important was said. Nah, it's fine. But yeah, no, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because, like, I wanna get some work on the game done, and then, like, end of month or beginning of next month, I'll bring the game back on stream and show the progress that's been made. That is the goal. Sounds like a plan, yeah. Then when that's done... Because, like, there's the other... Oh! There is a new... So I've started adding commands. There's only one at the moment that's, like, fully functioning, to my understanding. Which is a clip one. So, for those of you that are interested in setting up clips for the channel, if you see something that's really funny, you should be able to type in, I believe it's !clip, no capitalization, and that'll work. I'll have a list of them properly later when I get the time, but I'll probably have that, like socials and a couple of other things. But it will, to my understanding, if what I set up correctly works, it should clip the moment, take a delay, and then post in both chats a link to the clip. I think is how I've got it set up. Because it will clip it over on Twitch's site, because Twitch actually has the clipping system properly set up to do that. I do want to set up a hotkey on my Stream Deck for that at some point as well. But it should work regardless on which chat it's set in. I believe I set it so it tracks both YouTube and Twitch chat for that. But if you've got any other, like, suggestions for commands like that, do let me know. Because this is the time that I am doing that, right? Like, I am adding in these sorts of systems. Yeah. No, that's the only thing I could think of. I did set that up, like, probably yesterday, I think.
Youst on my fingers. Okay. I also don't know why I did that voice for him. Oh, take your shoes off. Okay. Calm down. So this is one of the few choices in the game, again, that exist, where, like, this basically is you choose one Pokemon, you don't get the other. It's Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. I think Hitmonlee's the stronger one? I can't actually remember. It doesn't really matter, we're not going to be keeping them in the team for long anyway. Realistically, we get them and then we, like, put them in a box. And they stay there for the rest of eternity. Even though I do know that you can actually have them as your final team, or have them in your final team and they're pretty good. I don't care. I've never been a fan of fighting Pokemon. Don't ask why. I have no, like, actual good reason. I just don't. I don't think there's ever been a fighting type Pokemon I've liked the aesthetic and design for. That's just it. Punching is in fact sometimes meh, yeah. Like, it's a weird one, because I'm like, it's a great example of, in Pokemon, there are just some types that you never just, like, jive with. And I know some people that really love fighting Pokemon. And then there's me, that's just like, it's not that I dislike them, it's just that I don't like them. If that makes sense. More wrestling moves, but Machamp family is a bit on the nose. Machop, yeah. Machop, Choke, and Machamp. Right? They are very on the nose with their design. I don't know, like, I've always liked Dragon, Fairies up there, when they got introduced. Fire has always been a kind of a cool one in my eyes. I give up. I don't know. What are other ones I could think of? What other types do I kind of like? I guess Steel type I kind of like as well. Like, Electric type I've never been a huge fan of. Grass type I've never been a huge fan of. Bug type I'm really not a huge fan of, but that's just because Bug type has kind of been shafted through all the games. Is, like, actively one of the worst types. Cause, like, you get it early game, you get a high evolution, and it's, like, real high initial stat growth. And then they taper off really hard into the late game. And it's just better to have other Pokemon. That's why Volcarona was such a big deal, right? Poison type? I've never really had any favorite poison types. That's, again, another one where I'm like, I just don't think there's any that I'm like, yay, poison type. Right? Psychic's up there. Ghost a little bit, but not hugely. I'm the Karate Master. I'm the leader here. You wish to challenge us. Expect no mercy. Like, Hitmontop is probably the only one that I kind of like of these lot.
That's about it. What other typings are there? Ice. I've got a couple of ice ones that I like, but they're also like tend to be mixed typed. So, like there's that ice ghost one. I can't remember the name. That is very much like a Yuki Onna sort of design. Either my Cedar's run was bugged or they fixed it on Venus but not on Earth. They do show up on enemy radar. Okay, well there you go, that's the thing. To be fair, they do tend to upgrade the design of something and don't upgrade the previous versions. So that might be what happened. Like, they added it to that one, and they didn't add it to the previous. Yeah, I'm trying to think more on, like, Pokemon types that I like versus and dislike, or just don't care for. I don't know, like, if I look at my favorite Pokemon, it's basically almost all of them are in... Fire, Fairy, Dragon, Dark, and Psychic. Or, like, of that. Yeah. Or mixed bags from there. Because, like, obviously Garchomp's really high up there, but I believe that's Dragon Ground. But I could never properly define a descriptor for them in my mind. Yeah, it's because the problem is that Dark technically exists in this game, but technically doesn't. Because, like, all of the stuff, like, a lot of the Pokemon in this, and a lot of Pokemon moves in this, that are later to be errata to have Dark, or are Dark, are normal typing, or something similar. Right? Same with a couple of moves I believe are fairy typed, but are like psychic or something in this. Beaten. Indeed I have lost, but I beseech you, do not take our emblem as your trophy. In return, I will give you a prize fighting Pokemon. Choose whichever you would like. So this is where we get to choose. So this is Hitmonlee. And this is Hitmon, Chan. I don't really care. Because I'll just take Hitmonlee. But like, we're not gonna use either of these, personally. So we'll take Hitmonlee. Okay, what am I calling Hitmonlee? Oh, fuck. Yawn. Okay, there is a valid criticism that this kinda doesn't fit, but... You'll have to, like, bear with the fact that this is what I'm naming this. Stockings was sent to the Pokemon Box 1. Better not get greedy. Fuck you, game. I would gladly take that other one. There is an order to this and I can't fucking remember it. Sabrina! That's right, it's Sabrina's gym now. Probably Mindbreak is still the correct one to send out to these, but screw it. I do kind of want to get gambling a bit more. Invocation as he split up the sisters. Don't worry about it. No, it's not panty and stockings, it's just because it's Hitmonlee, so it's the kicking one, so it's the feet one, so stockings, so it's where, like, it's a bit of a roundabout way of pointing at the crime. Or I get to, like, kind of point at their fetish. Again, no king shaming here, but also. God, see if I can remember the pattern for this, because there is a consistent pattern to this gym, and I cannot remember it off the top of my head, but I'll see if I can remember it. I still need to watch Panty and Stocking stuff at some point, because there's the new series of it as well. Was it Panty and Stocking and Garter Belt, or whatever the name was? I believe that's what it was, but I might be wrong. I admittedly am not well familiar with the concept. One of the few things fun in both EN and JP. Yeah, I have heard a lot of positivity about the dub for it. It's always funny when occasionally come across a series that, like, just the English for it's good. Like, there has been a few series I've come across where the English for them is just, like, as solid as well. Or it's at least... There's some that I do find funny because I watch them in dub, not because the dub's good, but because I watched them in dub originally. And I don't know if I would be able to handle the sub as, like, I don't handle the sub too well anymore. Because my brain is used to the dub concept. Because, again, when I was early on watching anime, I mainly watched dub when I could. Like, Sword Art Online is one that's a great example of that. Like, I've listened to the JP version of a Sword Art Online, and there's nothing wrong with it, it's just, it's not what my brain registers when I think of it, right? Yo, it's the slow bro! I should do this. I know I have never watched Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood in JP as well. I've listened to scenes in JP, but I have never, like, watched it in JP. I've only ever watched it in its dub. In the English dub. And Cowboy Bebop's objectively better in dub than it is in sub, because they added the jazz music and shit. But like Fate was one that I watched a lot of it in dubbed, but I watched like some of the side content in JP because, as an example, and yes, we're just gonna breeze past what that series contains, but Fate Elia, that series, the dub actually alters a lot of content. And I noticed really early on in the first episode that being the case, so I was like, I don't want to watch this. So I watched that in, JP. Sort of bad, but yeah, like, it... I think it's even within the first episode, you can see the difference. I believe that, like, altered the, like, how the story starts getting told. And, like, they reordered the first episode, and it didn't feel very good. In my eyes, if I remember correctly. I remember, because I think that was during the time, like, I would try and find if there was a dub, and I would compare the first episodes, and I think that was one where I'm like, yeah, the first episode and the dub feels wrong. I'm gonna hate this fight, aren't I? We're really doing this. We're really doing this. Get fucked with your recovery bullshit. Get fucking critted on, dumbass. But yeah, no, it's always a weird one when you come across that sort of stuff. Another series I know I've never watched the JP for is Black Butler. But I think that one's also one of those ones where, like, pretty much everyone agrees that the dub is really good for. Because they actually got, like, somewhat English accents for it. I remember I think I originally watched a bit of JoJo's in the dub, but I primarily have watched all of I know I've watched through all of JoJo's in JP. But I may have watched, like, the first 2 arcs in dub, potentially. But the English is so much better. Oh god, yeah, the JP with English. You can't beat that shit, man. Oh, nice! Oh my god! All those sorts of moments. It's just, there's a charm to them that you'll never get otherwise. Protected against special attacks. How rude. what else is there? Damn, this gym's kind of kicking my ass, I'll be honest. I don't really have great, like, anti-psychic tech outside of literally having a psychic Pokemon that's so over-leveled that it may as well be anti-psychic. Like, I'm roughly like 20 levels above this. So my psychic moves kind of just deal enough damage to overcompensate for the resistance. And then my resistance compensates for the damage.
I never foresaw this.
Dude gave me like $300, that sucks. Alright. Sorry. You on? Okay, yeah, I can't remember what the pattern is for this gym. I'm just gonna go through as much of it as I can.
You know that power alone isn't enough.
Well... I mean... I've kicked most of y'all's asses. Oh, I did rewatch one anime so I could watch the second season of it during the week, which was it like Cooking in Another World or something like that? It's literally like the guy has the ability to summon groceries. If I can find it. Tondemo skill de Isekai Horomeshi, which is campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. Tondemo skill de Isekai Horomeshi. It's a nice, fun series for the most part. It's a series I have to be very careful with watching though, because I don't know if you guys have this issue, but whenever I watch like a series with food in it, especially the cooking process, I get really fucking hungry. And I tend to overeat, like, during those times. It's why, like, Shokugeki no Soma, I can't watch often. Because I just get really, really hungry. To the point where it's like, I actually eat way too much during those times. Gambling Guru, nice. I will say, though, okay, so this is a mixed bag. We've talked before about, like, how some series, like, they have a gimmick, and then they go too far, with, like, outside of the gimmick is the storyline. Like, the vending machine isekai is probably the best example of this. That series got really, really boring to me later in especially the second season, and I, like, actually stopped watching the second season. I never finished it. Because, like, the story no longer was the gimmick anymore. It was something much grander. And I do kind of partly blame Slime Dataken for this. Or Slime Isekai, whatever you know it is. I don't believe this! But, like, I partly blame it for it because, like, that series starts as a gimmick, but then it expands beyond, right? It turns from being guy as monster in world to becoming a politics sim. Like, a Civ game, basically. So, obviously, there's probably a mixed bag with that. Remonster. I liked Remonster. Remonster was great, because that more or less stuck to its gimmick. Like, that actually felt like a natural growth for itself. But I'm more meaning, like, again, the vending machine isekai is the best example of what I mean by, like, a series that outgrew what it was doing. And it stopped being interesting and fun. Now, the series I was watching, the campfire cooking one, that one has kind of the inverse problem, where it stuck too closely to its gimmick that every fucking episode is the same. Like, nothing changes. The growth of, like, everything happening so incredibly slow that it's like, it is just Shokugeki no Soma, pretty much. But, like, not with the competitive aspect of it. I stopped in Remonster when it became, yeah, I'm in a harem I made for myself. Yeah, I can get that. Remonster was fine for me on that, because, like, again, it felt like a storyline where it is someone reincarnated into the scenario, but them being so heavily manipulated and augmented by the culture and the space around them that he kind of does become, like, he just does become a goblin, right? Like, he becomes very little different between him and those around him, other than he has a foundation that the others don't. And that's what I came to be like, that's enjoyable. The way that harem came to be, it's like, well, actually, this makes sense for this sort of stuff. The difference between him, though, and, like, his peers is that he is more careful and more loyal and more, like, calm. So I was like, that's fine. I didn't mind it. Definitely did find moments of it kind of a little egregious, but, you know, the fact that, like, he wasn't even that old, technically, throughout the story. He was, like, I believe when he was, fathering the children, he's only, like, a few months old, technically. So yeah, like that's what I'm pretty sure I remember that being the case. So again, it's one of those ones where like that one I think stuck to its gimmick more or less by being like, what is your like if I asked what is your gimmick, your gimmick is that it is someone in a monster in a situation as a monster, but with like skills and understanding that these monsters shouldn't have. But it's still pretty much these monsters. And it's like, yeah, no, the series accomplished that. So that's why I'm saying that's not too bad for me. But Slime Darthican is the epitome of the series that, like, I feel like popularized the concept of we take the isekai storyline, we give you a hook or a gimmick to get you interested in it, and then we go to a much grander expansion of a storyline and make the world so much more larger than that gimmick. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but the problem is that sometimes I come to watch you for your gimmick. Again, I cannot stress enough, I think the first season of the Vending Machine anime is really fun. The second season just felt really, really boring because it was no longer the gimmick. And it no longer, like, I'm gonna be honest, it didn't feel like there was any tension going on either, even when there was supposed to be. It's kind of like the argument of taking a slice of life anime and making it an action series. It's like, it just struggles because of that. The fact that you went beyond season 1 is surprising enough. Hey, I liked season 1. I was excited for season 2. Season 2, I only got partway through before I'm like, I have to just drop this because I'm not enjoying it. I'm not having fun while watching this. Pokemon take on the appearance of their trainers. Your Pokemon must be tough then. But yeah, no, like, I'll also watch, like, a lot of trashy isekai. I fully acknowledge I watch a lot of trashy isekai. Because I like mindless fun series. Like, I'll openly admit to that. But, yeah. No, it's always an interesting one, right? Because the argument is very valid to, like, why would you try and expand beyond, the gimmick? And expanding upon the, beyond the gimmick is fine to try and do, and I get it. Because you want the series to expand beyond this thing. You want it to be bigger, you want it to be larger, you want it to make more money. But sometimes it's just not worth it. Again, it's that effort of, like, trying to replicate, having a moment, sorry. Replicate what Slime Darthican had, where that kind of had success from that. However, we also saw, like, a lot of people get fed up with the excessive amount of politics in it. I personally found a lot of the politics in that series good and interesting because it was more or less quite intricate, and it was okay, but then again, I'm speaking mainly from the manga for that one. Though the anime alone has also gotten further than the manga did for me. Right? So I'm very behind at this point. I should catch up at some point. I don't know, it's a dangerous game to always, like, have a gimmick and then try and hook you in further to a much grander stuff. Also, we've talked about before how, like, I don't have a huge like for Overlord. It's not that I again, it's kind of that thing of, it's not that I really dislike the series, it's that I just kind of don't like it. But admittedly, that's partly because, like, I kind of watched it way back when, and I got a little bit bored of the formula at the time of, like, the really over-the-top, high-powered, like, oh, I'm just broken as shit, Isekai series. Like, I didn't really enjoy them for a while up until, like, Misfit at Demon King Academy came in. I was very sick of the I'm so powerful, like, the series revolves around me so much that it's like, what's the point in watching? Arnold's Voldigold, though, is a whole different argument, because he's just Chad, and I fucking love him. But, like, Einzel Gone was, like, the sequence, like, the season I finished off on, I think it was, like, season 2 or season 3, that I stopped watching. The main thing that kind of, like, turned me off was when, he did, like, the big summon, like, the 3 atrocity things that just kind of, like, destroyed an army. And then he fought, like, basically the strongest person of that, like, military, and he just kind of, like, one-shot him. Right, because it's like, it was an acknowledgement of this guy is actually powerful and, like, needs to be taken seriously. Also, mind breaks, dude. That's annoying. But, like, it felt like I'm no longer watching a series. Oh god, that's right, fuck, I'm dumb. What do I have as answers here? What do I have as answers here? It just didn't feel like I was watching a series that anything was actually happening anymore. For me, the fact that it was that they teased some stakes, but for the whole 2 seasons, in being a singular stay, felt too drawn out. Kind of as well. I agree with that. Right? Like, it never felt like, outside of, in a sense, outside of the fight with, Shaltia, it never actually felt dangerous, and that fight also didn't feel that dangerous. Okay, we're potentially just dead here because I don't have fucking things I can do against this guy. hypnosis fucking destroyed me. Yeah, no, the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, I just kind of, like, the first season was okay. Because again, like, I want to stress, like, at the time especially, we didn't really have many series where it felt like we had evil overlord being the main character and just kind of fucking shit up. So it still felt interesting and new and cool for that. So the first season I had no issues with it all. The second season, it just felt like it was kind of the same thing again, but like even less scary. That's why I give a lot of credit to the series that we've talked about like in the last few months. From I think the last season of anime, not the one that's just finished, but the one before that. The summer season, where there was that one where it's like the guy literally has come in from playing like Age of Wonders 4 or some shit like that. Or like he literally plays strategy games. He's a really good strategy gamer, and he keeps using like the worst faction to do like one of the hardest win cons, and he can do it, and he's really good at it. But he like had a terminal condition and he was gonna die or whatever. He gets reincarnated into this world, and like they kick complete ass up until the point where they find out they're not the only game mechanic thing to get put into the to the world, and the comparison point of like, okay, so that means we're really OP in these contexts, but these guys were really OP in these contexts because that's mechanically where they function. And I really liked that one because it actually now has set the stage that there can be stakes, because no matter how effective and how well they play things out, these guys may always just objectively have something that one-ups them. Because that's mechanically how they function. Like, they had characters that it's like, this is an RPG character, this is designed so this attack must hit and cannot be dodged and will deal its damage. So versus a strategy game setup, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense that would be really effective. Because strategy games don't have that mechanic. Okay, I fucking hate these guys. What am I scanning in Warframe? Toxic scat? Yep. It's poo. You're scanning toxic poo. Dude, this hypnosis is fucking me up. I should have poker fluted. I should have fucking poker fluted earlier. I'm an idiot. What was the name of the latest anime you talked about just now? I'll take a gander. Fuck. What was the name of it? You're gonna have to give me a moment. I think it was in summer. Wasn't you. Wasn't you. Wasn't you. Not you. Not you. Iskai moku shiroku minyo gara himitsu no bonme de hajimeru se something. Let me... the English, so Sekai Seifuku. Apocalypse Bringer Minogahara. World Conquest starts with this Civilization of Ruin. That is the English title for it. I highly recommend that series. It is really good if you haven't watched it already. Because, like, it does what I wanted from something like Overlord. Oh, could you fuck off? .6, I knew the audience and Mal has trash taste, yeah. It's... Look, I just give up with what, I'm just gonna fucking cry at this point. Like... I just don't look at scores. There's a reason why I don't put my scores anymore. I removed all scores from my account. Because it's honestly, it's easier for someone to ask me what I thought of a series, me have to either go look them up or just remember them to get like a better shot at telling you whether or not the series is good or not. I do not believe I trust ratings anymore. After so many times of them being so unbearably wrong. It just upsets me at this point. Because there are series that are really good and they consider them bad, and there's series that are really bad and they consider them good. Fucking god. Well, that's the last character I had that deals damage, I'm pretty sure. At least I have fucking Leech Seed on it. That's not a joke, by the way. I think that might be it for, like, damage I can deal. So I literally just have to tank it out at this point. This is the dumbest fucking fight. This is... to the point of deleting scores? Yeah, no, I just got rid of them because a lot of my old scores were wrong. I didn't agree with my old scores, and I'm like, I don't want to rescore everything. Does the numbers be changed or such shit like that? Not really. There was a joke at one point when I was going through and showing it, that I was like, haha, funny, I don't have good ones in there, but it's just like, I genuinely, when I was looking through, I'm like, why the fuck is this rated so high? I don't agree with this being up there. And it just kept being a repetitive sort of thing of like, this should be higher, this should be lower, so I'm just gonna remove them all, so it means that if I come back in 5 years' time and my tastes have changed, I'm not gonna complain at my old self. I just don't have scores to deal with. it's easier for me to just give my opinion at the time. Alright, well, I need to go back to fucking heal now, thanks to all of that fight. No. Should have author age. That, honestly, would be really nice. There we go. Like, I would like to see, like, when, like, I should be allowed to have multiple ratings on a score or something like that. So it's like, oh, this is the age of the score that I had. Like, this score was done 10, 20 years ago. It's like, cool, now I can, like, disregard it. Because, like, don't get me wrong, there are scores that I had really high that I agree with still, but I know most people won't agree with. One of my best examples for that is, Fate Ilia. I didn't have high ratings for until the movie came out for it, and then I raised all the ratings of all of them because that movie did really good job of, like, resolving a lot of plot holes and making the story overall quite interesting to me. But I also understand the criticism immediately of Fate Ilia, right? Like, it is still a series with younger characters, like, doing illicit content, or slightly illicit content, and it's like, yeah, no, this is weird. This is, like, unacceptable, but I'm rating it for its story. But I fully agree with the criticism of, like, doesn't matter what the story is, like, how good the story is, this is still wrong. Alright. And I'll always use the argument of the, Rodaku no Cavalry, I believe. Because, like, that series will always be kind of a highly foundational point for me accepting a lot more in anime than I would have before. I think what's interesting is I grew up where the default thing for me was consuming media is accepting the difference of morality between me and the author. This is a lesson skill I got super early. Yeah, like, that's something I didn't have myself. Like, I talked about this before, there was a very big portion of my life where I was super, like, critical, and, like, I was one of the worst kind of critics, right? I was a critic that's like, no, this isn't realistic, no, this is, like, poorly defined, like, all of these sorts of stuff. Irregardless of if I enjoyed it or not, I would rate it way worse based against, like, impossible standards. But now, by comparison, like, me playing Pokemon Blue is a great example of this. Pokemon Blue is a game that, while I would have rated really highly when I was really young, during, like, my intermediate to high school years, I would have rated this horrendously. I would have looked back at this game, if I played it much more than I did during that time, and said this is one of the worst games ever made, because it is a basic gameplay loop. So that's the point for me, where it's like, it didn't, like, that would have caused me more problems. tested this one yet? There we go. Because the majority of all Western media I consume filled the same category of, yeah, this is very definitely against my morality and religion, but I can enjoy it by accepting it as fiction or their own separate basis for reality and morality. Pokemon was one. Yeah. Oh, again, like, that's the thing, is, like, I know what I was like during high school intermediate, sort of age. Like, early mid-teens to, like, slightly mid-late teens. Like, I was hyper anal about, like, what I thought was good and what was bad. And things that I enjoyed weren't good a lot of the time. But I wasn't, like, willing to accept it at that stage, so I would, like, go, no, I'm not allowed to like this. Nowadays, like, again, we're very clearly seeing how I talk about stuff, where I talk about stuff in a way that's like, no, I enjoy this. And me enjoying it is all that truly matters. I first learned to bend spoons with my mind. I dislike fighting, but if you wish, I will show you my powers. Mind crush. Alright. I'm trying to remember, what was your heavy hitter again? You have something that I'm supposed to be scared of, and I can't remember what it is. What a tunie like, Sabrina? I like her, by the way. Oh, I mean, who didn't really? Come on. Okay. I need to just burn through these Pokemon. It's gonna be hard because this is, yeah. Awesome, cool. Two-headed. Had to use Mr. Mime. Now looking back on it, I have some realizations. Oh, yeah, no, we all have moments like that, come on. You look back and you go, wait a minute. I should actually just be able to use gambling here, right? Because you mainly do defensives. But yeah. It's interesting, how much a person's taste can change over a year. I mean, this is the whole thing that I'll always discuss as well, is like, a person can change a lot in just a few years' time. For better or worse, mind you. There is an acceptance that has to be made that, like... Ooh, I remember you being a bit of an annoyance, but... I can't use Mind Break into this because it's bug type. That's annoying. But it's like, it is that aspect that needs to be acknowledged sometimes. I don't really have anyone that's good typing against you that's high enough level to fight you, so I'm just gonna go gambling. 3 level difference isn't actually a lot either. But, Psychic's not good on bug. That was a good crit. Yeah, Psychic Bug is gonna just do fucking no damage, so it's just better to just hit this with something that does raw damage. It's not Psychic based. So gambling is good for that. Yeah, no, this Alakazam can wipe us. It will be hard for it to do that though. But I know this Alakazam is a problem. And being 43 is an example of that. Okay, so Mind Break's probably the best option we have here. Outside of that, it's gambling, and then drugs is the next best. And then after that, we lose. Let's see how much Psychic does. Maybe a quarter? Or maybe a third. Oh, damn! The crit? Okay, so it's probably about a third. This is gonna be a really annoying fight outside of... So that was a crit. Please just don't spam recover. Fucking second crit. Fucking recover again. Please tell me this is not what the fight is just gonna look like for a while. Okay. 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 I'm going to scream. I'm actually gonna fucking lose my mind. It's just spamming recover. Now you're gonna attack? Psych wave. DPS race? It's not a DPS race. If I try and fight it with anything, it will recover enough. And the problem is, in this version of the game, in the Gen 1 version of the game, the enemy doesn't have PP. I am the only one that has PP. Which means I'm the only one that's gonna get to the point where I have to use fucking struggle. I'm gonna cry. Okay. So, if you're wondering, by the way, I switched to ducks because I wanted it to die, so I could switch to gambling safely. But, like, it didn't want to fucking hit. There we go. Fuck me, that was an awful fight. Ugh. Alright. I'm shocked. But a loss is a loss. I admit I didn't work hard enough to win. You earned the Marsh Badge. Saying she's a girl boss, yeah. The Marsh Badge makes Pokemon up to level 70 obey you. Stronger Pokemon will become wild, ignoring your orders in battle. Just don't raise your Pokemon too much. Wait, please take this TM with you. Psych Wave. Alright, get me the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure there's a faster route, but fuck it, that works. Alright, now we have 6 badges. God, that was such a dumb fight, man. That was frustrating. That was actually just stupid. But that Alakazam could have done a lot of damage, and the fact that I managed to get off what I did was kind of impressive. Alright. Well, this isn't actually that helpful, because it's not, the right kind of map that I need to look at right now. So I believe the power plant, Cinnabar Island is probably our next main destination. there is an easy-ish way to get there from one place. That would be kind of fun to go back to. I'm pretty sure I've caught one. This is before it actually shows you, like, if you've caught the Pokemon as well up the top, which is really annoying. That, like, again, there is so much quality of life in the later Pokemon games people do not understand. There's so much quality of life. Like, holy shit. Let's go look at the Pokedex. Yes, we do have Tentacle. Whoops, that was the wrong button. Oh god, they've got 6 Pokemon. Oh no. They've got 6 Pokemon. Please tell me this isn't what I think it is gonna be. Oh, please tell me this isn't gonna be what I think it's gonna be. Oh, this is what I think it's gonna be. Hey guys, you're gonna see 6 Pokemon. They caught 6 Pokemon. It's so good. Anyway. Honestly, just fucking do it yourself. Oh wow, that was great. No, I'm not gonna use it then. This is such an incredible fight. I love it so much. Oh, this one knows fucking tackle! They can do stuff. Anyway. This honestly might not even be worth the swapping, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I don't think this is even worth the swapping. It's 57 experience, it's not worth the swap. Just gotta fucking kill them. Just fucking kill the goddamn Magikarp. Alright, that's 3 Magikarp down. Here comes the 4th one. This man's actually just throwing random fish at me. Like, this is equivalent to turning up to, like, a battle with a gun, and the guy just has fish. And he keeps throwing them on the ground in front of you. Like, not even at you, just on the ground in front of you. And occasionally, like, one so far has jumped up and touched me. And done a total of 4 damage. This is so dumb. Show up to a gunfight, pull out whatever stationery you bought from school as weapons.
Pulls out an actual eraser. Done, Magikarp. You give me $1,000 for fighting your 6 fucking Magikarp? You're a waste of my time. Well, this one has 4. What have you got? Oh! Sea King, that's not actually a shit Pokemon. Yeah, that's the thing, that guy challenged me to the fight. He actually was like, I want to fight you with 6 Magikarp. Like, fucking imagine. So far, this guy's done more damage to me by just letting my Pokemon hit itself once than that entire fight did. Yeah, this Pokemon's actually, like, posing a slight challenge. Partly because the fucking confusion. Holy shit, I'm taking so much damage from confusion. Please. Oh my god, gambling. I swear, me naming it gambling has made it so the hit chance is like nothing. Die. Now I've actually pulled out a gun to this fight. I was trying to level up my gambling, man. But it just wouldn't let me. And now you have to deal with Mind Break. In fact, we do still have to, play more, what's it? Command and Conquer 3 Tiberian Wars, because I do want to finish doing that. Because that was kind of fun to play. But Pokemon takes priority.
Alright. God, I hate how big the water areas are in this because they're just so boring to look at. And you also have to just deal with this. It's a level 5. Just die. Just be gone. What are you... What? Oh, fuck, it's this place. Well, we can get a Grimer. Potentially. Depends if I one-shot it or not. I have to be careful here, because the main ones you use against it to not one-shot it is really low. Oh, we'll try and get a slam off and not kill it. Hopefully. Cool. Wait, no, not Pokemon. Item. Get in the ball. Fuck! I forgot to switch the box, didn't I? I'm just gonna run. Fight me at the door. How rude. Hey, I thought you wanted me. Why are you leaving? Come on, come back here. Alright, well there's the last gym to do before the final gym, which we need to do a storyline for. But it's the last, like, normal gym, basically, to do. Goddamn stretch. Okay, we need to swap the box out. It's kind of funny that boxes stuck around as a mechanic. Like, when you think about it. Are we there yet? We're pretty close, like, to beating the base game. But the Pokédex, we're quite a ways off still. We've seen 2/3 of the Pokemon. We own about 1/3 of the Pokemon that we need. However, keep in mind there are some that we just cannot access. Oh fuck yeah, Ponyta's here! Please don't kill. Damn. Okay, so gambling can't slam Ponita to capture. Keep that in mind. It did manage for the Grimer, though. We've already got a Vulpix. We've literally got one right here. Are you too low level to do this? I don't remember. Did we decide if we wanted to trade out Useless for Piracy? Because now would probably be the time to decide if we're going to do that swap out. Sending the chat to Yao's channel by mistake will end me, Malith. Bonita! Welcome back. Ooh, you're higher level than the last one, but I still don't want to risk it. So let's go with Useless. Useless can tank a little bit. And I might just try and do some normal attacks. We'll see. Replace Useless with Piracy. What a fucking statement. Oh, Useless, you're burnt? Fuck me. You really are useless. It's gonna probably just have to do. Get in the ball. That fucking worked? Its hooves are 10 times harder than diamonds. It can trample anything completely flat in little time. Trample me! Anyway. What am I calling Bonita? Wait, I need to check if, something is exactly 10 or not. 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it fits. Also, the low health noise is gonna send me through the fucking moon. There we go. Uma Musume was transferred to Bill's PC. Hey yo, it's the boy again. It's the Pog guy. Look at him pogging out of his mind. Oh, guys! Oh, whoops, that was the wrong button. A secret switch. Press it? Yes. Who wouldn't? It's come! Get in there, gambling. Holy shit, the cum is disabling me. See, now this is when you can type exclamation mark clip. Actually, how does that work? If I was to, like, do it really fucking quickly. I haven't actually tested it. Does it work? I swear I made you fucking... Hey, would you look at that? Yo, that's fucking cool! And then if I go to the clip... Can I go to the clip? Let's see what it plays. Okay, so it was right after when I said it. There we go. So that gives you an idea of time frame as well. Getting double audio. Gotta love it. So there you go. You guys, you have no excuse to say that, it's hard to do clips. You literally can type a fucking command and it does it for you. I'll take no excuses from y'all again from this. Now get in my balls, cup. You know when you say something and you're like, haha, it'll be a funny joke, and then you like immediately realize what you say? Clip Malith teaching us how to clip? Exactly. I could do that. Get better with it. Exactly. No, by the way, if you're wondering what Muck's getting called, you know what it's getting called. I've screamed it so many times. But I'm gonna spell it with a K, because it's funny that way. Pollution? No. Oh, I need to leave. That's right. Poison. I do need to still catch a Grimer, though, so I can, yeah, Pog guy. Yo, you guys want to see this, sick skill shot? I'm just gonna... Huh! Oh, fuck, if that worked. How angry would have y'all been if that just fucking worked? I'm gonna watch me hit the sick skill shot. Bam! Alright, now we can catch Grimer. Grimer, get in the ball. Nice, thank you. Do you want to give a nickname to Grimer? Sure. You know what? You don't matter to me, so I'm just gonna call you Pog. Actually, no, we'll call it Poggers, right? This is what it's called, Poggers. There you go. Where's Grimer backwards? Rimger. Rimger. Feel like I'm having a stroke. Give me a moment. Live on camera? Whoa, you're stroking it right on camera, man? Are you stroking it alone? No! I'm doing it live with the chat! I hate myself for that one. I'm gonna release Porkers. Bye, Porkers. I don't know how to suspend 5 enemies with... How to suspend them? Just take off all your damage mods. If you want a legitimate answer to that, just take off all your damage mods and go to a high level. And then do it and then leave. That's actually how I do that shit. Because yes, I also have that problem at, like, any level. I just, like, whoops, they're all dead anyway. Oh my god, that felt, like, really flashy. What the fuck happened there? Yo, it's the Poggers! He's sad that I let him go. Anyway, I'm going to fucking murder this man. I haven't used mag? What's that got to do with it? Doesn't matter what warframe you do for it, unless you're doing one that has weapon damage augmentation. Bring them in. Well, I mean, it's what? Suspend 5 enemies at a single time. It's just aim at a group and fucking slam. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam. And one slam, I need the density. Yeah, but you should be able to do that with most group enemies. Just find a corridor. Like, go do, like, a capture and exterminate. Go do it at, like, still path level with a frame that just won't die, and you'll be fine. Yeah, they're probably not going to die to an unmodded weapon in that scenario. Well, they can, but it'd just take a little bit longer. Normally like 3 or 4 strikes instead of like 1 or 2. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to swap out useless for piracy. Like, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, the fucking access to the ice damage is just good, because I can't be asked leveling up and running a Dugon, I'm gonna be honest. So it's probably just a solid bit. I can level up to 70, if I remember correctly, so it's like that. We've got a lot of room for growth on almost all our characters outside of, Mindbreak, which Mindbreak's at 51 or something, so still quite a ways off. And then we've got this gym here. I didn't mean to... Okay, cool. Which we'll unlock by doing the progression, so, you know. We'll drop off useless. Deposit. Useless, go in there. Bye, useless. Change box, I assume... Ooh. Where is piracy? Is piracy in box 1? I think it might be in box 1. Yep. Piracy's level 15 though, it's gonna be annoying. Change box to box 3 again. Which currently has just useless in it. Pokemon. Piracy stats. Has Water Gun and Growl. I'm just gonna teach you Surf quickly. I don't have that on me. I have to get that out of the PC. Which HM is Surf again? Oh fuck, which HM is Surf again? HM3. Did I look that up really quickly? Yes, sue me. Otherwise, we're gonna be here ages pulling them out. I'm just gonna fucking pull out the one. And I can put it back away and put that TM away as well. Piracy has learnt surf. The sailor, of course. What do you mean? Jesus. I should also probably... Nah, we'll leave the Master Ball in our inventory, it's funny. Scare everyone every time I scroll down. Back when the game only ever gave you fucking one Master Ball, man. Now you can farm that shit. Y'all seen that? You can actually farm Master Balls in, like, Scarlet and Violet? In the DLC, if I recall correctly. I should probably finish up here, actually. We are at, like, the over 4-hour marker. And I do want to rest and get some work done today. It is my weekend, but no, it is not. I don't have such thing as days off. Truly. Alright. Save game. Would you like to save the game, gamer? Cool, we saved the game. But did I save the game? Gonna do that again. Alright, who is streaming that we can go raid? Fox? Is Fox streaming? Alright. We can go raid Fox again. Let me set everything up for that. Edit, customize, redirect. Save. Alright, I think that's us for today, so thank you all so much for watching, hope you enjoyed, hope you can all enjoy going over and saying hello to Yawa. Thank you so much for watching, you're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.